crossed 2.2 million views yesterday over the last week. And look at this, approaching 30,000 subscribers. Wow. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio. Excuse me. Today we are going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today we're going to be looking at the Ukrainian artist Viktor Tsymbal and this pretty intense painting called Year 1933, painted in 1936 and generally acknowledged to be the first depiction of the Ukrainian genocide or Ukrainian Holocaust known as the Holodomor, and pretty much the darkest moment in Ukrainian history, which is celebrated on the fourth Saturday of November. So that would be tomorrow, or it's now Saturday in Ukraine right now as we speak. So millions and millions of Ukrainians around the world are mourning and commemorating this terrible moment in Ukrainian history. We'll get into how it happened, why it happened, and the little information I was able to dig up about Tsymbal's life here as we go. So let's, I don't expect many people or any people to recreate this painting alongside me. I'm doing this episode as a bonus on a time where I never usually paint. But this is particularly meaningful to me. And I've been wanting to do this for a couple of years. I've had this prepped for a couple of years and just wanted to explore more positive things, but I think there comes a time when I have to kind of look at something that is a little bit more intense, a little bit less palatable, because it happened, and maybe there's probably a lot of people, in fact, probably the vast majority of people don't know anything about this occurrence at all, which makes that even more painful for most Ukrainians to know that this event, which, we'll talk about it as we go forward and try to stay as positive as possible while talking about such a dark subject matter. Okay, so the plan for today's episode is we're going to transfer the image onto the canvas. I'll show you where to find that. We're going to stain it with some color, and then we're going to talk about Tsymbal's biography, as well as a little bit of the history of the Holodomor. I'm still getting over the flu. We're going to do maybe a bit of underpainting, then we're going to go background, foreground, as typical. And I've got to be done by about 4 o'clock, which is about 3.5 hours from now. So that's how long it's going to take. We're going to be done. So just as a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know when future episodes are taking place, such as bonus episodes like today's. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation through PayPal or through the YouTube Super Chat function while we're doing the live stream, or you want to send an e-transfer or a physical check in the mail, you can contact me through my email, which is on my website and the Facebook group down below. I don't put it on here on YouTube because I already get tons of spam, so I would expect to get a lot more. There's Kathy and Pascaline in the chat. Kathy's saying, I'm not sure I'm going to paint this, but I do understand the importance of it. I will watch and paint a Monet instead. Love hearing your history lessons. Thank you so much, Kathy. And Pascaline says, bonsoir. Bonsoir, Pascaline. Okay, so our first step is we're going to do the image transfer now. Now, you could sketch this painting out, but it might be a little bit hard if you don't have much experience with drawing. So that's a good reason to take my free drawing course here on YouTube. It has almost 500,000 views, or people that have taken that course. So it seems to be successful for a few people out there. So here's how you can get this image started if you want to just jump right into painting. Oh, here's the Facebook group that I encourage you to join. Take a photograph of whatever artwork you've made during today's episode and upload it to the Facebook group. We're going to do another bonus episode next week where we look at everything that you guys have posted to the Facebook group, regardless of if it's a painting that I'm making in class or something of your own interest. I would love to see it. Our community is super supportive. Anyway, here's the Dropbox folder. There's a link in the description at the very top. You'll see that there's the resource, the very top of the video description below there somewhere is where you get the Dropbox link. And then at the very top there, you're going to see folders to get you started with painting if you've never painted before. The next 50 or so folders are for are more beginner paintings. And I was debating whether to put today's painting in here, or if we scroll down to the next like 150 folders or so, where are we? 100, we're up here. Because I'm going to try to paint this a little bit faster, so that might make it just a little bit harder for the beginner painter to do. Anyway, you'll see inside that folder for Viktor Tsymbal, you'll see that there's the original painting and then the outline, which I did on my iPad Pro using the Procreate app. So there's the original, and then here's my tracing of that image in Procreate. And so then you can print that off and print it off just in your regular inkjet, laserjet printer, at your printer at work, etc. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to transfer it onto this 9x12 sized canvas panel or canvas board. You can buy these at the dollar store for $1. I like this brand a lot. They're certainly twice as good as the ones that you get at the dollar store for just an extra $1. So for $2, you can get this much superior canvas. And what I do is they come wrapped in plastic. I take the plastic off, and then I sand it with some 100 grit sandpaper, and then I apply some white acrylic gesso all over the surface, let that dry overnight. You can see here some of the drips, because I prop it up on some blocks of wood just so that it doesn't stick to the paper. I put newsprint all over the floor of my studio here, and I do about 100 of these canvases, and I got to do some this weekend actually, so I'll be doing a whole bunch more for the next 100 or so paintings. Anyway, let it dry, and then I sand it again with some 220 grit sandpaper, and that makes for a nice smooth surface. And especially if we're going to do an image like this, where there's a lot of little details like that, having a surface that's a little bit smoother is just going to make my life a little bit easier. So I'm going to put that in the center. If anything, I would opt to have this image a little bit further to the left. We'd want more, if you can't figure out whether it should be, if it's centered or not, when in doubt, I would put it a little bit to the left so that there's more space on this side. You always want extra space in front of a subject, you know, so that we see where they're looking into this empty space. And in this case, this woman with this dying woman holding her dying, starving child as they ascend to heaven, probably having a little bit more space above and to the right makes sense. Okay. Next, I'm going to use some carbon transfer paper, or actually I'm using graphite transfer paper. You can order this off of Amazon. They come in a package like this, 100 sheets for like $10. And you will be able to use that for years. You won't have to buy another sheet of carbon paper for a long time. And this is a fresh, brand new piece. Usually I'm using one that I've used many, many times. I don't know, I just happen to be. So we want the darker side facing down, the lighter gray side facing up. Sometimes you can get double-sided carbon paper, so... Oh, and there's Lolly there as well. Hi, Lolly. Okay. So this face is going to be a little bit tricky because it's very small on this small canvas. So I'm going to do my best here. And especially since I'm kind of short on time today. It's going to pose some challenges. But I'm always up for a good challenge. All these kind of her bony fingers. That's going to be tricky. It's a good idea just to double check that your lines are in fact going on to the other side. Because I have done a few of these where I did the whole thing and then peeled it off and, oh, oops, nothing's on that other side. So save yourself that grief and aggravation. Like all those little details, like those fingers of the child here, that's going to be really tricky to pull off. So we'll see how much of this. Here's the poor belly. Oh, what a tragedy. Let's do a little bit of I know there's parts of the pattern that I didn't do here on her clothing. It's just going to be easier if I do that later on. Oh, Pascaline's got a new puppy? Oh, that's exciting. Is it actually a puppy? That is so adorable. I can't. One of these days, when our daughter's a little bit older, I want to get her a dog. That's okay. So let's move on to the next step here. move matte. Okay. Our next step is to apply a priming layer of paint. Now, you don't have to do this, but I'm sure that Tsymbal would have done this because that would have been part of his academic training that he learned when he was in exile in Prague. Let's do so. It's going to be a little bit different than what he would have done. Maybe before we do that, let's just talk about, this is the paint that I'm going to use. And I'm about to apply some of this Azo Yellow Deep as my priming layer. And what you see here, I've got 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues, a black, and a white. Now, I don't typically use black because I like to mix my own black. I'll show you how to do that as we go forward here. But this is what's known as a split primary palette. Meaning we take, the yellow, red, and blue, and we split them into their warm and cool components. And using warm and cool colors is a game changer. If you've never heard of that, never used that concept, man, it's going to make your life so much easier as a painter. So, and it's every great painter throughout history has used this. So it'll simplify your life. And using this particular approach to painting, I think, is the best way for a beginner to learn. I'm absolutely convinced of it. And we've done, 300 plus episodes where sort of trying to prove that it works. So, and I think the results work pretty well. But if you don't want to use that paint, you could use Golden, which is more expensive. The Amsterdam tube of paint, this is the 250 milliliters for about $17, $15, $17. Here's the Golden tube of paint. This is 59 milliliters, and it's about $30. So a little bit more expensive for much less paint, and most people aren't going to notice the difference. You can get Lascaux, Liquitex, Winsor & Newton. These are my recommendations for each of these brands. M. Graham, Acrylic, Buzz, Holbein, Daler-Rowney, Krilla, Nova Color, Gwartzmans, Chroma Color, Sennelier, Montmartre, Triart, Riotech, Natural Earth Paint, Desirs, Dacryl, Collegial, Faber-Castell, Stedler 8500, Opus, Acrylicos Valeros, Artist Loft, Derwent Academy, Mary's or Shanghai Paint, Fevicryl, but not the biggest fan of Museum Color nor Peebo, because they put a lot of white into that paint, and it makes it impossible for you to mix that black. And I've used them myself. I know them for a fact. So don't, I mean, you can use them, but if you're expecting to get black, you may want to just go and buy black and expect that all of your colors are going to be a little bit more pastel and not as saturated as I like colors to be. All paints include a little bit of titanium white, except maybe the Golden and really, really expensive paint as a filler to make the colors a little bit more opaque, sorry. But these guys just do way too much of it. So let's get some paint on the palette here. Lolly says you added every paint company that existed. Well, I have tried to. I have spent hours online doing research because people will ask me, and or people don't have access to the same paint that I'm using and are getting different results, and so it's just like, you know what, let's just put all of this at the beginning here and help everybody get on the same page and get rid of, help demystify this process. That's my main goal as an art teacher, and really as an artist too. My art practice is all about transparency and helping people see how the sausage is made, if you will. Because so much of art history is, artists have been really secretive about their processes and techniques for lots of different reasons. some of which are for purely selfish business reasons. Artists are like small businesses, and if you figured a way out that helps you make more work better, faster, you're not necessarily going to tell everybody how you do it, so you get a little bit of a monopoly on the market. I think we would live in a much better world if more people had positive outlets for their emotions, such as making art, and the more anybody realizes that they too can make art and make a really good painting, that it's not something that only geniuses, which does not exist. That's the latest research suggests that there's no such thing as a genius. A genius is just someone who had more opportunities to learn younger than anybody else. The more people that know how to make art, the better our world would be. The less conflicts we'll have, the less of these types of situations will ultimately occur. Okay, so I've got some yellow here. This is my warm yellow. I'm going to put about... You know what, there's a lot of yellow in this painting, so maybe that's good enough. Sometimes I dilute it a little bit more. This one, I kind of want it to really glow. So I'm going to amp up increase the amount of paint and pigment to water ratio to help give it that real bright quality. Now, Tsymbal, like a lot of artists, would not have used warm yellow like this. In fact, basically nobody does this except me. And this, I've been doing this now for, I don't know, almost 4 years. Kind of by accident. And it's really because of me just experimenting, which is why I always encourage people to experiment. Traditionally, artists would apply a warm brown, like a brick red, rusty red kind of color as an Imprimatura. Which is fine, you know, if you've got brown already pre-mixed, or you've got a tube of brown paint. But with this particular method of painting, I don't have a brown mixed. I could easily make a brown. It really would only take me an extra couple seconds. But not everybody does. It would be that easy for necessarily everybody. So for me, this is also just really helps me just kind of... This is part of my routine now of painting. Just turning off the outside world, telling my to-do list to take a little break, that I'm going to be a little bit busy here. I'm doing something else, a little bit creative, and just helps me get into that frame of mind. You can see I kind of going back and forth. What that's helping to also do is to get the paint into the weave of the canvas so that there's not little gaps, little bits of white showing through here. That is also a reason why you're adding white or water to the paint, so that it helps kind of really soak in, like it's literally staining the canvas. And it's the only time I ever use water when I'm painting with acrylic paint. Oh, there's Goodman says hello. Well, he says, what do you mean no genius? Oh, man, I feel like I've been demoted. Ah. Too funny. Okay, that is really yellow. I mean, that's really intense. That's really glowing. I mean, I love it like that, but I can see some people not being as interested in that. We are going to put another layer of paint over here momentarily, but let's blow dry this. Okay. You may even notice there's a little bit of a cut in the canvas. I don't know if I did that when I was sanding it or something, but it's like the canvas is kind of, it's like as if there's a pull in a sweater or something right here. I've been kind of avoiding using this canvas for a while, but I don't know, this, in my mind today just seemed like something kind of conceptually appropriate considering her clothing is in tatters, that this canvas is maybe in not the best shape either, but that it still holds value and is still useful. We can still transform it into something beautiful. So, just because your art supplies aren't perfect or ideal or clean or new or the most expensive there is, doesn't mean we can't use them. In fact, my plan is to, there's going to be enough paint on here that this will sort of get covered up. Okay. Let's take a look at the original. Okay, I mean, I was thinking, my plan coming into right now was that I was going to start using some white. I would just do a whole wash of white over here. But, maybe I'm going to do that, but in select areas for a change. So let's do that. Oh, yeah. Let's just launch right into that. So how should we do this? Let's mix it with a bit of a larger brush here. Okay, so what I want to do, in fact, let's go to, you know what, maybe let's, I'll save that for my background layer step. So I'm going to go here to Biography. Okay, so what I want to do now is I want to talk briefly about the biography of Viktor Tsymbal and also of the great tragedy of the Holodomor genocide that happened in 1932-1933. So, let's begin here by looking at certain... So, Viktor Tsymbal was born in May 1902 and passes away in May 1968. He's originally born in Stupichne, which is just, well, about 200 kilometers south of Kyiv, the capital. And this is a tiny village, right? So again, there's Kyiv, the capital. Here's Ukraine and Russia, Belarus, Poland here on the left. And we zoom in. Here's this little area here. And it's in this region, the Cherkasy region. And, oops, no. I'll just show you how small this little village is. I couldn't even really find too much information about this little town, but, you know, I imagine this is sort of like one of those one-road towns, kind of like with, you know, maybe a gas station and maybe a corner store selling cigarettes and stuff, right? So this is, and certainly at the time he was born, this would have been a very isolated part of Ukraine. I mean, even to the fact that there's this town exists at all is kind of remarkable, which we'll get into here in a moment. So Tsymbal is born there, and he comes to, he grows up in a period of great turmoil in Eastern Europe, or in Europe in general, right? In 1914, you have World War I breaks out, and, you know, all of the major global powers are dragged into that terrible meat grinder of a conflict in which tens of millions of people died needlessly. But towards the end of that war, the Russian Revolution begins, and that just throws everything into even more chaos on the Eastern Front. And Russia withdraws from World War I and focuses its attention on dealing with that situation. And honestly, I have read books about the Russian Revolution and Ukrainian history of that period of time, and I probably know more about it than I know more about it than anybody I know, for instance, and yet I have still to this day very little understanding of what was going on because of the number of conflicting groups that were involved, all vying for power, and people switching sides, and people killing each other. And I mean, it's total chaos. It's a little bit like, I mean, every revolution's kind of like that. The French Revolution was like that, where it's just swinging back and forth. And it's one of those things where, you know, there's people just start like, you know what, I'm just going to sit this out and try to stay low and see who's left standing before I form any allegiances to anybody, because I've seen when that happens, people just end up disappearing, right? So, you know, he's 18 years old during probably the most chaotic period in Eastern European history, and joins the army of the Ukrainian National Republic. So Ukraine, for a short period of time, from 1917 to 1922, was an independent country after achieving a limited amount of independence before it was quickly crushed by Soviet Russians who invaded. And so Tsymbal is, Russians and the Polish both kind of invade from both angles. It's just because Ukraine, for, you know, since the dawn of time, has been one of the most fertile lands in the entire world. It's often considered the breadbasket of Europe. So it's really rich territory, and there's no natural defenses. Ukraine is just one gigantic flat, prairie for the most part. And so it makes it really easy for people from all over to invade and take it over. And there's rivers that flow right up through the middle. So, I mean, Ukraine has been invaded by Vikings, Persians, Russians, Turkish people, Polish people, Nazis. I'm sure there's a couple other major groups, Mongolians. There's more I can't think off the top of my head, but because there's no natural defense in that country. So anyway, he's captured and arrested and interred in a prisoner camp in Poland in 1920, and I wasn't able to find much information about Tsymbal and his biography, but somehow he escapes from his internment camp and flees to Czechoslovakia in 1923, and he stays in Czechoslovakia for the next decade, or the next 5-6 years. He studies at the Ukrainian Studio of Plastic Arts in Prague, as well as the Higher Art and Industrial School in Prague. So he basically studies academic painting in Czechoslovakia, and becomes he learns, like, when I'm talking about Imprimatura, all of that stuff, guaranteed he would have learned that, because those are really not ancient techniques that were really popularized during the Renaissance. So he's learning this very classical approach to painting, and becomes quite successful at it. While he's in Czechoslovakia, he designs posters. He designs children's books. He's doing a lot of commercial art, as well as starting to make some paintings. And then another thing I wasn't able to figure out, but for whatever reason, he flees Czechoslovakia almost sort of overnight, and goes across the ocean to Argentina and is exiled in Argentina. So I imagine that's probably because of the growing influence of the Soviet Union, which is now taken over Ukraine. So Ukraine has been sort of dragged in and lost their independence from the Soviet Republic, which was largely a Russian-dominated movement. And anyone who had any association to Ukrainian independence, of which Tsymbal clearly was, he was in the Ukrainian army, is hunted down and arrested, and for the most part executed, right? So there's a systematic attempt to wipe out anyone associated with Ukrainian independence, as well as to crush the Ukrainian identity and culture, and transform it into a kind of a larger Soviet culture, because if so basically the goal of the Soviets, Lenin, and later on Stalin, is to cut the head off of the Ukrainian political apparatus and cultural apparatus. So every artist, every politician, anyone in power is basically sent to the gulags in Siberia or executed. And so I imagine that's, reading between the lines, why he's going as far away from Eastern Europe as possible, all the way to Argentina. And he stays in Argentina really for the next 30 years of his life. And while he's there, he is he founds a Ukrainian school there to help, because there's other Ukrainians that are immigrating to North America and to South America to escape the terror that's being inflicted on Ukrainian people in the 1920s, and as we'll see here, in the early 1930s. And so he's there. He's trying to help literally preserve Ukrainian culture and the Ukrainian language, because there is an official. This is not a conspiracy theory. You can read all of this on. I mean, not just from the Ukrainian side, but literally from the Russian oppressors who literally stated their goal was to eliminate, the Ukrainian identity. And you see this again today with Vladimir Putin saying there is no such thing as Ukraine or Ukrainian, that this is a fever dream of people like Trotsky, who was the arch enemy of Stalin. Stalin and Trotsky fled to Mexico himself and was hunted down by Stalin's KGB and murdered there. It's no surprise that Vladimir Putin he says Stalin was the greatest leader of the 20th century, which is like saying Charles Manson was the greatest humanitarian of the 20th century. I mean, it's to say it out loud is just insane. Arguably Stalin, and maybe surpassed only by Mao, was probably the worst human being that ever lived. I mean, and we're talking even worse than the great evil man himself, Adolf Hitler, right? I mean, we're talking people vying for who can kill the most amount of people on Earth. Anyway, part of what happens, in fact, let's... Man, all this is so dark and heavy, but it's worth just... So throughout the 1920s and early 1930s, there is this systemic movement to crush anything related to Ukrainian history and culture and politics and independence, in order to fully control that territory and extract the mineral and agricultural wealth from the country to feed and support the larger Soviet Russian Republic. And so one of the things that Stalin does is nationalizes all of the farms and turn them into these called like collectives. So prior to the collectivization in Ukraine and throughout the USSR, is you have hundreds of thousands of basically subsistence farmers, people who have their own, little land, and maybe it's, probably, like a little house with maybe one cow and a couple chickens and a goat, and you walk 20 minutes down the road and there's another guy who's got a little family, and they're just farming for themselves to feed their own families. And that has been going on for thousands of years. Stalin comes by and says, okay, we're nationalizing all of these farms. Everyone is now, this is a communist state, everyone now, no one owns any property anymore. The property now is owned by the government, so none of you own your land, the land that has been passed down through generation after generation after generation after generation. And now you work for the state. And we are now transforming all of these small plots of land. We're getting rid of all these little villages. Everyone is now going to work on one gigantic farm, and all of that wheat and everything we're going to take and we're going to sell it to Europe, and in order to fund the industrialization of the Soviet Union. So now you have all of these people who've suddenly lost their homes, and anyone who fought back obviously was executed, disappeared, and so there was two things that happened. Some people tried to stay and fought back, and obviously they were killed. Some people fled and left. My family left Ukraine in the early 1900s and came to Canada, thank goodness. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be here. But my family's farm in Ukraine is long since disappeared during this collectivization period in the late 1920s. And so I remember there's stories, my grandfather and my uncle went back to Ukraine in the 1980s before the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and went around trying to find the original family homestead, and no one had heard of it. It was gone. There was nothing left, because all those little towns, all those little villages were all gone. All there was left was these large government-run farms, and it was as if my family, who had lived in western Ukraine for thousands of years, it was as if we never existed. And so the only way that my family, any part of my family survives, is because we left, we fled. So anyway, there was, okay, so the Holodomor is still to this day disputed by people like Putin and Russian apologists, who say that all of this is way overblown, that there were famines across Russia and Kazakhstan throughout the early 1930s, and that Ukrainians are just taking it way too personally, making a big deal out of nothing. And but the fact is that roughly somewhere between 3.5 to 10 million Ukrainians died between the fall of 1932 and spring of 1933. So at least 3.5 million has been acknowledged by the Soviets, and many other people think it was way, way larger. One reason why there's that's a big discrepancy between 3.5 million people and 10 million people killed during this man-made forced famine in Ukraine. The reason why there is such a discrepancy is all of the records were destroyed. And there was a systemic movement to destroy archives, to take any burning papers. All of these are all documented by people who escaped and wrote stories. Of course, Putin would say that that's all conspiracies and people who are just spreading lies and hate about the great gentleman that was Joseph Stalin. But even the Russians admit that 3.5 million Ukrainians died during this period. So essentially what happens is, in the Russian system, the Soviet system, you had these, basically everything was run through quotas. They would say, you have to meet this certain amount of wheat every year, and if you don't meet that quota, then someone's going to die, basically. So, and if you met that quota, well, then now you've established now a new minimum. So then next year we would double it. Wow, you did pretty good last year. Instead of saying, good job, maybe we'll lower it. No, now you got to do twice as much. And if you fell below that, then again, then you also disappear. So it's a great way of just getting rid of anybody and depopulating the countryside of Ukraine. So much so that Stalin brings in ethnic Russians and people from other areas of Russia to populate the southern eastern regions of Ukraine, which was the main agricultural area of Ukraine. And isn't it a surprise that this is the very same area that now Putin says is where all these Russian people live? Yeah, this is exactly the goal of Stalin, was to get rid of all the Ukrainians in the most fertile area of Europe, and to replace them with Russians. And then 100 years later, you have someone like Putin saying, hey, it turns out there's only Russians here. So this basically is de facto Russian territory. I mean, very clever, but this is also the same sort of thing that happened here in Canada to our Indigenous people, is you pass out these diseased blankets with plague and give them, trade them for fur pelts, and then those people take those blankets back to their families, and their families die, and then no one lives in these villages anymore, and it's very easy for settlers to go in and say, well, I guess nobody lives here. I guess this must be now officially British territory or American territory. So the exact same, I mean, not the exact same, obviously there are differences, but a very similar sort of ethnic cleansing and genocide that was carried out to the Indigenous First People of Canada and the United States happened in Ukraine. And so what ends up happening is these quotas get so big, and people are not allowed to even keep like a handful of wheat for their own family. Everything that they farm is packaged and sent, because that is sent and sold to Europe, who then gives them money and materials to build factories and all these different things to quickly industrialize Russia. But people aren't allowed to keep any wheat for themselves. Anyone who's caught with wheat or any food is arrested and executed on the spot, and their families are not just the person who hid a little bit of wheat in their pocket to bake a small bread. The whole family is executed, right, to teach everybody a lesson. And what that ends up happening is that people start starving. And so even, because I'm sure there are people who there are still lots of people to this day who deny that this even took place. But probably one of the worst things about this whole situation is that the Soviet authorities closed the Ukrainian border. So all of the Ukrainians that were desperately trying to flee because they were starving and trying to go to places like Romania and Poland, they are arrested and sent back to their villages without any food. And so you would think if you felt that people were dying because of a famine, that you would either try to slow down the collectivization and say, maybe we'll take a break from the collecting of wheat this year, and we'll let these people get through the year, and then we'll start up again next year. Or if they're so desperate to flee, let them go. Well, it's one less mouth to feed. But no, they shut the borders, so millions and millions of Ukrainians starve. I mean, you see these images of people just collapsing in the street and dying It was, there's it's just it's the most despicable, disgusting thing that one could possibly imagine. These images of people resorting to eating their farm animals, eating grass, eating dirt, eating mice and rats, birds, and ultimately even resorting to cannibalism in order to survive. And what we know of this is through the stories that have been passed down through Ukrainian family members, who in some cases wrote journals, and they hid these documents for pretty much the last 100 years. The sad tragedy too is that Stalin saw what happened to Hitler at the end of World War II, and the Nazis took great pains to record every detail about all of the people that were rounded up and executed in the concentration camps as part of the Jewish Holocaust during World War II. And all of that evidence was used to try and convict and ultimately execute dozens and dozens of Nazi, concentration camp commanders and collaborators, etc. So Stalin, after World War II, goes, you know what? It would be a really bad idea if this happened to me and all of my cronies. So let's do a concerted effort to make sure nothing survives of this tragedy, so that we don't end up, ourselves on trial like at Nuremberg or the Hague. And so that's what they did. Any evidence that they could possibly find to erase the truth of this tragedy was vanished. So what we know of the Holodomor is through survivors and people who fled, including people like Viktor Tsymbal. So this painting that we're going to recreate today, he created in 1936. Throughout the early 1930s, there was, again, he fled to Argentina because he knew what was happening in his homeland, and he obviously wanted to survive, but he also was doing everything he could to spread the truth about what was happening to his friends and family and people back home. So he published articles, he wrote journals, he did everything he could to raise money to send to people in exile, mostly a lot of people that he knew that were living in Romania. And so he would hold these like fundraisers in Argentina. And one of the things that he did was to make today's painting. So he makes today's painting in 1936, and it's generally considered to be the first and certainly the most powerful image of the Ukrainian Holodomor. Holodomor, not Holodomor, Holodomor, and with the goal of bringing attention to the situation, because even back then people are like, that didn't really happen. Because you think about the early 1930s, there was a lot of people who were being a communist was kind of a popular thing, especially within artistic circles. You had a lot of writers, filmmakers, actors, painters throughout Europe and United States and Canada who would proudly proclaim that they were communist. Obviously, this leads to the kind of the backwards backlash against that, which happened during the McCarthy era in the United States, where communists were hunted down and jailed or their careers destroyed, and that was a tragedy in and of itself. But I will say that for people like Viktor Tsymbal living in Argentina, where there was also a large communist movement, for someone like that to be like, okay, everybody, this movement that you all think is like a great thing and that we should enact here in Argentina, back home where I come from in Ukraine, that means if you have any question or disagreement about that, you die and you disappear, and there is, a giant genocide happening right now. And so when he first exhibited this painting in 1936 in Buenos Aires, it created a major controversy, and there was a lot of Communist Party members in Argentina who were very upset, who accused him of spreading lies and of defamation and trying to undermine the communist movement. And so, he could have just gone about his life and been like, you know what? This is a battle not for me. I just want to be a painter. I just want to go about my business without, attracting any negative attention. I'm on the other side of the planet. Just keep your head down and move forward. But he didn't. He stood up for what he believed in, what he knew to be true and right. He made this painting, and this painting now resides at the National Museum of the Holodomor Genocide in Kyiv, and is, as I said, acknowledged as sort of being the most important painting documenting this extreme tragedy, this one of the worst genocides in human history. I realize I'm just the other thing that's so sad about this whole thing is that because of the way and this kind of secretive nature of the Holodomor and the way it unfolded, there's not many great iconic images that exist for people to kind of rally around. Like here you see, a dead man starved to death laying in the street. But it's just as easy to say, well, just some drunk guy that just passed out, right? Because alcoholism is and was a huge problem in Eastern Europe. So people would say, that's not a dead man. It's just a photograph of a drunk laying on the sidewalk. Also, I want to get painting here, but another organization that was complicit in promoting the nothing to see here situation was the New York Times. There was a Ukrainian writer who kind of covered the Russia and Eastern Europe, and so they would constantly publish these articles that no, there's no famine there. People are hungry, but everyone's fine. It's just there's a shortage of food this year. No big deal. Stop spreading lies about good old Joe Stalin, and so you have photographs of dying horses and maybe people laying in the street, but it's nothing that it's unlike the photographs of the concentration camps after they were liberated by the Allies at the end of World War II, where you see Jewish people, gaunt Jewish people in these prison outfits, striped prison outfits, stumbling out of these camps and these mass graves, and where it's right there. I mean, you can't avoid it. In Ukraine, it was kind of the opposite. All the evidence was destroyed and hidden, and you just have like a few people who managed to escape, telling the truth of what happened, and all they have is just like a photograph of someone laying on the sidewalk. You know, it's pretty. You're like, well, I don't know if, you know, how much of this I should believe. So, for instance, you know, there's very few people on Earth who deny that the Jewish Holocaust happened. However, this is on screen here a map of the countries in the world that acknowledge that the Holodomor happened. And you could see that there are large parts of the world that still to this day say, yeah, I'm not really sure if we think that there was anything that happened there. You have probably the countries that you would imagine, like Canada, the United States, Mexico, Australia, large parts of Europe, some major areas in South America. But I mean, even in Africa here, China. I mean, there's almost half of the states of the United States still don't acknowledge that the Holodomor happened. I mean, that is just kind of, it's outrageous. And you know, I was thinking about this just last night as I was putting this together. Just, I think what is this situation in Ukraine right now with Russia's, you know, unprovoked invasion of my homeland. I think what's really surprised most Ukrainians is that the world has generally come to Ukraine's aid and support. Not just moral support, but also military and economic support. I think for most Ukrainians, that is almost unbelievable, because Ukrainians, especially of a certain age, who are a little bit older, remember no one coming to Ukraine's assistance or even believing Ukrainians in this terrible literally one of the worst tragedies in human history. And the fact that, you know, over half of the world's population doesn't believe it even happened. So, you know, when I was thinking, like, it's so wild to me. I'm not saying that I'm not grateful for the what is, you know, the way that the world has rallied around Ukraine this time around, but it's almost like, wow, like, why is this happening now, when Ukraine and Ukrainians have been sort of historically been disenfranchised and not really acknowledged. Like the history of Ukraine hasn't really been acknowledged, even still to this day, right? So I'm super grateful, but I'm also kind of confused. It does make me think, like, there's certainly probably other reasons why, beyond just pure altruism, that Ukraine receives the support it has today. Probably because I think there's a legitimate fear that if Ukraine does fall to Putin and his, you know, group of sycophants and who are enacting a second Ukrainian genocide, there's a legitimate fear that that's not where Putin plans on ending his little adventure out west. Is that once he gets Ukraine, he's going to then go for Poland, and then he's going to go for the Baltic countries like Latvia and Lithuania, and then he's going to go to Hungary and Romania and Turkey, and, well, I mean, all of which are part of NATO, and then that's going to involve a direct confrontation with the United States, and then we're into World War III. So if you're wondering, I mean, I think the main reason isn't that all of a sudden the world has just woken up and thought, like, oh my goodness, these poor Ukrainians, we've got to help them out. It's like, if we don't stop Putin now, he's coming for the rest of us, and when those Russian tanks cross over into Lithuania and Poland, United States is immediately dragged into a global conflict with Russia, and that means nuclear weapons firing back and forth, and that's the scary thing. So I think it's, in many ways, Ukraine is just happens to be fortunate that they are on the road to a potentially much greater, more deadly conflict. Anyway, I feel like I still haven't really described this and done really justice to the Holodomor, but I think I do need to move on. Yeah. I have all these links here. Was there anything else I wanted to share? Oops. Oh, maybe just lastly, in 1960, Viktor Tsymbal moves from Argentina to the United States. He settles in Detroit, and he works in Detroit as a graphic designer. He illustrates posters and these kind of fantastical images of landscapes. I wasn't able to find many images of his work. A lot of it is kind of hard to find, and like if we look at, where is it? Other images that he made, they're kind of fewer and far between here. That's not one of his either. I think this is another one that he did. So he moves to Detroit and he works there for a number of years, but passes away in May 1968 in New York City. And the painting that he created, I'm not sure exactly of its history from the point of its creation to its ultimate now kind of, I think, on either permanent, it's now joined the permanent collection of the National Museum of the Holodomor and Genocide in Kyiv, or if it's just on a temporary loan. I'm not sure exactly what that situation is, but it's on display there now. And so also part of my goal here is to just not only let people know about the Holodomor, but also this painting, because goodness knows what happens if, let's say, Ukraine should fall. You can guarantee that the first thing that Putin is going to do is going to destroy this museum. I guarantee you. If Putin, for instance, had managed to occupy Kyiv on that first few days of the invasion last year, this museum would have been the very first thing that Putin would have obliterated. In fact, I imagine that most of the artifacts in this museum are in some kind of storage, maybe not even in Ukraine anymore, for that very reason, because I'm sure that this would be a major priority of Putin to eliminate. So that's one of the reasons why for Ukrainians around the world is our part of our responsibility is to help preserve the knowledge and the history of this terrible genocide, so that when people like dictators like Putin come around, that the knowledge of it also doesn't disappear when they eliminate those knowledge keepers. So okay, so let's make this. Let's work on this painting now, and wow, lots of comments here in the chat. I really appreciate everyone's. Wow. Okay. I do want. Thank you, everyone, for your support. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to come back to that in a moment here. All of your wonderful comments and support, I appreciate that. So do we want to do an underpainting? I think generally I probably would, but I'm in a bit of a hurry. I got to get this painting done. About less than 3 hours, 2.5 hours. So okay, so I'm gonna motor ahead here. So what I want to do next is I want to establish the background as quickly as possible so I can move on to the foreground, because there's a lot of detail in the central figures. So let's just take a look at how we can approach this background. We've got our yellow established here, the Imprimatura. So I'm going to keep that yellow in its various different areas. And I think what I'm going to start out by doing is adding a little bit of white, and maybe I'll just glaze with some white. I'm going to do a little bit of glazing all over this painting, and maybe mix a bunch of different colors using some cool reds with some cool blues. We'll mix some blacks in here. So we're just going to kind of modify our Imprimatura a little bit, and we'll leave a lot of what's in here for now blank. We'll do the figures separately. So let's start out with I'm going to put some of my glazing fluid here. Let's take some white. Let's just start with white. I was going to add some color, but you know what? Let's do a little bit with just the white all by itself. So what reason I'm just testing on my hand there is I want to see how opaque that color is, how white that color is. And if it's too white, then I might want to make it a little bit more diluted. I'm also going to grab another brush that I can use as a blending brush to smooth out some marks here. So this will allow me to get kind of a little bit of, to fade these colors. That's barely visible on camera. That's good though, because this is our first pass at some of this, so. Okay, let's blow dry that. Okay, let's continue here. Okay, let's put blue. I'm going to add more white to my glazing fluid. could usually do this as a separate layer, but I'm kind of in a bit of a hurry, so I'm just gonna do a little bit on her body too. I think I'm gonna go add, let's put some blue in here. So I took some cool blue, maybe a little bit more than I needed to or should have put in here. So I can't guarantee that how close this is going to be to the original, considering how quickly I'm painting it. Let's do a bit more down here. Let's take a little bit of cool red now. So part of this is what happens when I go a little bit faster than I like. It's glazing fluid is great if you're taking your time. When we start to speed things up, it doesn't get very happy. Especially because I'm applying larger blobs of paint, and that can be kind of, doesn't make the, it's hard to blend that out when you've got big globs of paint. Okay, blow dry that. So this is quite a thick area of kind of purpley colors I'm putting in there. It's kind of hard to tell how purpley or saturated some of these colors are and how much of it is like JPEG compression. And sometimes you get all these weird fragments and things that appear. Pixelization. And there's not very many, really any good high quality versions of this picture on the web either. So I'm putting some of these colors, you can see they're not either, they're not there, or they're very, very subtle in other parts of the painting. I'm kind of amping it up a little bit so that if I do want, I can kind of go back in later on and kind of mute them a bit. Like I could glaze like grays and things over some of these areas. And that's gonna, some of this color will kind of come through a little bit and look kind of cool. Or at least that's the plan. We'll see how it looks later on. What other major colors do I see here? Okay, I think let's go to a little bit of red or orange, I think. So take my warm red and warm yellow. So for me, despite the fact that this is a really disturbing painting, it's painted really beautifully, like all of these colors. You know, it's intended to kind of show this woman ascending into heaven, and this, you know, transformational moment that at least provides her and her child some sort of escape from the horror in which they were living in, and that the colors are kind of kaleidoscopic and kind of surreal, kind of to show this transcendent moment. So I think you can be pretty pretty liberal with the way that you apply paint here. I'm going to take a little bit of warm blue, mix this in here to make a bit of a brown. In fact, just blow dry this real quick. Oh, there's Sanju there. Goodman says, I just figured out that I like to make painting, but when I want to start, I just feel it will take a long time. Then I prefer to see someone doing painting. But Mr. Markowsky is an awesome painter. Thank you. That's very sweet. Clancy. Hi, Clancy. Clancy says, I use the opposite color as a ground base for my painting. So if my painting is dominant, the dominant color is red, I use a green or a blue, depending on vibes I want to go for. That's a great idea. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's, in a way, kind of a... It's not what the Impressionists did, but that's a very Impressionist... using the opposing colors in your artwork is really something that they popularized. Absolutely. Okay, so now I've got a brown. Okay. And there's Kathy there. Just got home. How's everyone doing? Awesome. Okay, so let's blow dry that, and then we're going to do black. So let's mix a black now. So to mix black, we're going to take some cool yellow, same amount of cool blue, and the same amount of warm red. We'll mix these guys together. And ideally, they're going to cancel each other out, and we'll get a nice solid black. I find this really easy to do, but I know that when I teach people to do this in person, a lot of people really struggle with this. I think because they feel like they should be able to get a perfect black. It's hard to get a perfect black because that means you literally have exactly 33.3% of that color. And it's hard to get those ratios perfect if you're not using like some sort of measuring device and we're just eyeballing it. So what we can do though is we can look at that color and what does that color look like? It looks a little bit on the kind of brownish purpley side. So if I was to say where this color is, in the color wheel, like we mixed our cool yellow, cool blue, and warm red together. One way you can think of it is to make a black, you mix a green by mixing cool yellow and cool blue. The opposite of green is red, especially the warm red will help cancel that color out. It pulls them in here. What I would say is this color is probably right here right now. It kind of has a bit of a purpley brown quality, which tells me that it needs a little bit more blue to pull it in here. All right, so that's what I want to do now is I want to add a little bit more blue into this mixture. So that's turning better, less brownish. I think that's pretty good. It may even be, I tend to make my blacks a little bit purplish, so I'm just gonna put a little bit more yellow in there. Okay, that's pretty good, I think. Okay, let's add some glazing fluid to this paint. So ideally, if we're glazing, we want to take as much time as possible. And I'm kind of racing around here, right? So I'm kind of defying the intended use of this material. So you can see if I glaze that black over top of some white, it goes gray, right? I will be glazing with gray anyway, but going to take more black. And now I'm going to try to break up there's a lot of these are very diagonally oriented, so I'm going to try to now start to complicate that a bit. So obviously I'm taking some liberties here, trying to get the feeling of this painting, not necessarily all the exact same qualities of it. Okay, let's blow dry. Okay. Judith says, is it sacrilege to say I prefer this painting where you're at right now? I love the colors and ethereal quality. And Kathy says, I agree, Judith. No, certainly not. I mean, that's kind of like the history of 20th century art, is artists going, you know what? I know my teachers and their teachers and their teachers and their teachers would say, I got to keep working on this painting for another couple months. But I gotta say, I like it like this, right? And you know, that was literally what people said about Impressionist painting. And Impressionist painters were like, yeah, I get it. I didn't sleep through those classes. I was there. I saw, and I saw what you were saying, but I kind of like the painting being in this little bit more spontaneous, rougher, more dynamic kind of state where we can see all the brushstrokes. We're not trying to hide them and smooth everything out all nicely. I like it kind of the more minimalist approach, the raw, like in the same way like maybe people, you know, would say about like punk rock or grunge music. Like the musicians would deliberately use maybe less lower-fi quality microphones and speakers, you know, to get a grungier, dirtier, scratchier, less clean sound. And the kind of thing that the previous generation would be like, why would you do that? That's insane. Why would you want to make the music less clear and scratchy? And those artists were like, because, you know, everything we hear on the radio is so clean and pop and like pre-packaged so beautifully, and we don't identify with that. We want something that has a totally different aesthetic, that feels like it was done in someone's basement, not at in the penthouse of Capitol Records, right? We want that feeling of like a small community that is literally kind of isolated from the mainstream. And so I totally get why some people would say about painting like this, like you're saying, Judith, or like the Impressionists. Like the Impressionists are coming up in an age where things are like the Industrial Revolution is changing everything, and people don't have, people are rushing around and the assembly lines cranking things out, and the idea of just sitting and doing la-di-da, this slow painting. To the Impressionists are like, Are you kidding me? Or like that just doesn't seem that it seems totally anachronistic with the way the world is right now. We need to paint at the speed of the world at that moment. And so absolutely, you know, and then you get to like Jackson Pollock dripping paint on the, he's like, the world is under threat of nuclear annihilation, like, you know, throwing paint around there, sort of like atomizing the brushstroke and getting rid of the specific touch, the craftsmanship, and allowing for a more chaotic, spontaneous, dynamic quality. Absolutely. I really got into that when I tried my throat right out. Excuse me. Gosh. You got me all excited, Judith. Excuse me, I'm sorry if that's... I'm just gonna mute this. Hack it out. Excuse me. Excuse me. Lolly, you're too sweet. Lolly says, you're the best teacher, Michael. An entire lesson that actually makes sense, all from one off-the-cuff comment. We love you. Oh, my goodness. It's too sweet. Too sweet. Thank you, Lolly. Okay, so now I'm just going to go even darker with almost solid black here. In fact, I think I'm gonna, well, I'm gonna eventually switch to this bigger brush here in a moment. Oh, there's Paula in the chat. Paula says, put some honey in your drink, Michael. The air is too dry. I'm using watercolor. I'm doing a babysitting this afternoon. Acrylic is hard with children around. Thanks, Michael, for the class. Yes, acrylic is difficult. I'm impressed that you're painting at all with little kids around. That's takes some major dedication, Paul. Okay. In fact, let me just blow dry that. So as I'm doing this, I'm going to now start kind of squinting while I look at this to see what my relationships between light and dark are when I look at them side by side. Is mine dark enough or light enough? Like, I am going to go back into this background after I do the black and brighten some things up because it's starting to get a little bit darker. So I want to, and then I'm going to do a little bit of outlining around that, and then we're going to start. Do I want to do any I might do some star. There's like these little speckles that are kind of like what we did with the Toulouse-Lautrec. So I think I didn't wash my toothbrush last time, so I might have to run and grab maybe my current toothbrush. I don't think I have another toothbrush down here. So we'll see when we get there. Excuse me. Sorry. Oh, I have a really intense tickle in the back throat here. I might try to conserve my voice a little bit. So you'll have to... I apologize, I might not be as chatty as normal in order to... Oh, it's Barbara there. Michael, you don't look very well tonight. You okay? I do have a little bit of the flu, yes. Barbara says, I used to teach in an A-level college. I always had the worst colds and vicious sore throats. And Molly says, brutal when you have no choice but to talk. Barbara says, the students were lovely, but full of germs. I know 100% what you're talking about. Absolutely. Okay. Oops, sorry. I took my black that I had in my brush here, and I'm taking some white. I'm just going to make a bit of a gray here. This also, mixing white into your black, or taking some black and just mixing a little swatch to the side, can really help you see how accurate your black mixture is. Because it can be really hard. You look at that and you're like, I don't know, is that black or brown or purple or green? I have no idea. Well, take a little bit of white, mix, take a little swatch to the side like you're making a soup and you're taking a little spoon. No, it needs a little bit more salt. Maybe it needs a little bit more yellow. Here, I think that looks pretty good. So I'm going to take my glazing fluid, mix that into here. In fact, I'm just going to separate these into another. Okay, so far what I've done is I started with some white, doing a little bit of outline, just help me to define where some of the lighter areas are. And then I started adding color, and then for the last half hour I've been darkening with some black. Now I want to start going to some grays and back to white and some yellows back into on top of this. And that's going to start to kind of clean up this background, refine it. And then we should be doing this maybe for about another 45 minutes, and then we'll be working mostly on the foreground figure. So there's where we're at. And okay, so where should I take this gray? Let's take a bit of it up here. In fact, I think I'm going to start using a smaller brush now. So I generally kind of start a painting with thicker, bigger brushes. And then as I progress, I start getting a little bit smaller. So I feel like this is a time where, now that I've kind of established some things, I'm going to start to kind of switch into a smaller brush. It's also going to, by going to a smaller brush, I can't put as much paint on the painting at one time, and so I'm going to have less of those big globs of glazing fluid, which are kind of hard to blend in because they start to kind of, gummy up my blending brush. Whereas now if I start using a smaller brush, I can be a little bit more detailed and a little more refined. So you can see it starts to add a little bit of nuance to some of these areas, right? That little bit, it's like a little bit of a cloud or something passing in front of some of these colors. And I'm not completely covering them. I'm just sort of pushing some of them back just a little bit, taking some of that saturation down. I'm terribly sorry about sniffling and everything. I know it can be really distracting and gross. That's why I've kind of muted my camera or my audio a few times here to try to keep it to a minimum. Okay, got a bit more gray over here, so I'm just gonna use a slightly bigger brush again to speed that up. That's really doing some wonders here, this gray. Just glazing over top of things. I just have to be a little bit careful. I don't want to go too far because I'm really liking it. But I just don't want to cover up, and erase things that were underneath here. So just have to keep that in mind. That I'm going to blow dry that. let's I'm going to take some white again. Let's glaze with some white. So now we're going to kind of come back full circle. This is kind of where we began with the white, but now we're going to use it to come back and brighten a few areas. So one way to help get that kind of nebulous, starry cloud-like effect is kind of the jerky way of moving your paintbrush around to avoid getting kind of straight lines. I kind of deliberately kind of having a jerky approach to painting here. let's, I'm going to use some glazing fluid and do a little bit of the stars now. So I want just a little bit of glazing fluid. Some warm blue in there. Maybe that would look nice, that warm blue. Okay, sorry, just going to add a bit of, just to get my glazing fluid, and some warm blue. In fact, I'm going to take a bit of cool blue as well, mix that in here. One thing I think is kind of beautiful about this painting is how her body is sort of transforming into the stars. You know, there's a little bit of transparency where her physical form is dissolving into the stars as she ascends into heaven. I think it's really beautiful, very poetic. Mostly glazing fluid. I'm just going to take a bit of my black and go into this warm blue. It just adds such a nice extra layer of depth that if we just painted this just black, we would lack. Okay, I think that's pretty good. That's what I wanted to do. Okay. Okay. What was I was gonna? Yeah, let's do the stars. I was gonna zoom in and do that, right? So I'm painting it and then just trying to fade it out a little bit. So I'm putting these circles of very transparent white. Just softening these edges, because when I eventually go and paint just white on top of them, it's going to make them kind of look like they're glowing a little bit. And they've just sort of got really soft edges because they're so far away. Kind of like they're out of focus, right? Obviously, the original image is kind of degraded to the point where it's hard to really tell what's a star and what's like some kind of digital fragment here. So let's just back out a bit. It's even kind of good idea to put some of these stars inside of areas that are a little bit lighter, so it doesn't feel like the stars are only in the darker areas, because they're not, right? You know, there's stars out in the sky right now as we speak. We just can't see them because it's maybe a little bit sunny out, right? Depending on where you are in the world right now, obviously. And I'm not going to go back over all of these either. Some are just going to remain kind of very subtle in the distance. Blow dry all that. You know, before I was going to put some white on here. I want to add a bit of yellow back into the backgrounds. Might have gone a bit too much with that there. I can always add some white back into it. Take a bit of cool yellow. I'm going to bring just a bit of white back in. Okay. One second. So now let's take white, mostly white, maybe a little bit of glazing fluid just to help with the painterliness. In fact, yeah, I'm just going to add a tiny bit, a little drop there just to help. In order to help get, sometimes you need to just take your brush, twist it into between your fingers to help you get a sharper brush. Okay, I want to be careful I don't do too many. I may have already done too many. We'll see. Oops. So now I'm just gonna, maybe I will actually should zoom back in so you can see this. I'm just gonna go around the edge of some of these clouds and just so this is just kind of cleaning up some of these areas and just giving them a look of like some areas being a little closer and a little bit more in focus than others. You know, if I was going to spend all week or something on this painting, I might do the same sort of thing with different colors as well, with some blacks and blues and things, but that's pretty cool. Okay, I think I gotta move on. Okay, yeah, okay. I got 1 hour to finish the rest of this thing. Let's blow dry all of that. Barbara says, this background could equally be created for a fairy tale castle painting. It's beautiful. I totally agree. Absolutely. I mean, I think that's what's... This sort of image is what one might call sublime, in that it's both horrifying and repulsive, but incredibly beautiful. Like this, I mean, that's sort of what the sublime means. Something that is just is beautiful and yet terrifying. Like that is reinforces our own mortality and makes us feel tiny and insignificant and powerless. Like so, like a volcano erupting is kind of sublime. Sorry, I'm mixing a little bit of teal and greens just before I move on. Okay, I better stop and move on to the foreground here. Ah, there's Heidi. Wow, it's been a while. Heidi says, oh, then deleted the comment. Had some trouble signing in, and now it's back. That's great. Okay, let's blow dry this here. Oh no, did I have that audio on the whole time? Sorry if that was really loud. Not thinking. Now what I want to do is to work on the figure. We haven't touched the figure. I mean, done a little bit, but really we want to kind of now add some details in here. Mostly she's fairly pale because she's supposed to have be deceased at this point. But there's that agony on her face and these sort of pale colors. Let's just look at... okay, so we mostly have sort of like oranges, browns, grays, maybe a little bit of blue, but we want this sort of fairly pale colors, pastel-y kind of colors. Okay, which... I think I want to glaze with a bit of almost like an orange white, pastel orange. So I'm going to take, here's my warm yellow. Let's take some white. You know what? Maybe I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to take my black. I'm going to put this in here. I'm going to turn this color that I just mixed. It was going to be kind of a pale white. I'm turning this into a bit of a grayish color. I think I'm going to just immediately go to the darker values here. Just adding a little bit of black to that color to make it even darker. So here's a really dark gray. So this is basically just pure black here I'm painting with right now at the moment. So you can see how I kind of like build up. I get kind of a little bit darker and darker and darker. wrap up in about a half an hour here. Let's, for a moment, leave that part of the painting. Come down a little bit lower here. Let's get a bit more gray going on here. quickly mixing up a new brown. And turn that brown into a bit of a gray. So I was just warm yellow, warm red, and warm blue. Now I'm just kind of lightening it up with a bit more warm yellow. Go down to the bottom of this outfit here. Just adding a bit of white to this brown to make it a bit more pale. let's get this black. Barbara just said, I just realized the mother is wearing traditional costume with embroidered sleeves. Yeah, absolutely. That's my goal, is to get there as soon as possible. It's going to be a bit of a race to the finish here. Take our warm blue, cool blue, and black. Just want to come back over this area. Not even exactly sure what it is. This highlight thing here is. I think it's. I always thought it was sort of like the back side of her dress, but maybe not. Sorry. Not even on camera. And I'm not exactly sure what this could just be like a bright glow from behind, but okay, I got I need to wrap up soon. Here, let's blow dry. Barbara says, thanks for doing this painting, Michael. It's a lovely tribute to the Ukrainian people. Take care of yourself. Bye for now. It's coming up to midnight here. Signing off. Good night, Barbara. And Flip Le Tape says, late to the party, but wow, I love this one. Excited to go back and watch the whole thing. This is such a fantastic channel. Oh, my goodness. Very sweet. Thank you so much for saying so. Flip Le Tape. Cool. What was I gonna do? Take maybe just more black. Come back. this brown. Let's, oh, I guess it's kind of dying away. Let's mix some more brown. Warm yellow, warm red, and warm blue. The more blue we put in here, the darker it's going to get. Now that's good, but we want a kind of a sickly, dying brown. As gross and terrible as that sounds, so we need to take a bit of black, make a bit of a gray, bring this brown into the gray. And glaze with it a bit. better just leave these feet. Although, maybe just quick blow dry here. Okay, let's... Okay, we are almost done. I gotta run in a few minutes, so what are the final things that I need to do to walk away, so that I can walk away from this painting feeling happy? I mean, I look at it and I'm like, oh man, there's a lot of things, but really, maybe it's just some of the things in her clothing, I think, is all that I really have time for. So, how do I do that quickly? Oh my goodness, okay. I got a little bit of this. Color. Oh yeah, okay. These stripes, okay. There's so much I can do on here. Okay, I gotta. Okay, I gotta go. Okay, let's take some warm red. I can't. That's gonna be just too hard, I think, to do that in here. So let's play audible here. I need something very simple. Something like that. Okay, I think I can do little diamond shapes. That's within my ability, I think. Just trying to fake this out a little bit, right? Okay. I think I want to quickly glaze this child's hair with very thin, transparent. Soften up a bit of that yellow then. That's there. Okay. So, we are just about, well, we're out of time. I gotta run. I gotta teach a class here in just a few minutes. So, What am I doing? Okay. We made it to the end here. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in and watching and helping to commemorate this unfortunately terrible event in world history. But I think talking about it, recreating this painting is just a little bit of a way of drawing attention to this very serious event, and unfortunately another genocide is happening at the very same moment. So if you want to support the channel, please consider liking, subscribing, hitting the notification bell so you know when future bonus episodes like this are taking place. If you want to support the channel with a small donation through PayPal, the Super Chat here within YouTube when we're doing the live stream, or you want to send an e-transfer via my email or check in the mail, my email's on the Facebook group, which you should certainly join that if you haven't already, and it's also on my website. All those links are down below. So let's see how these two paintings stack up side by side. There's the original, and there's my version. Yeah, I mean, you know, when I see them side by side like that, I feel pretty happy about them, or about how this turned out. You know, I could still work on this for another hour. There's little details, even especially in her face. Maybe I don't feel like I've quite got the same level of anguish and anger that she has, but maybe that's okay too. I don't know. You know, things like maybe even like that star almost seems a little bit too bright. And I for a second thought it was the cursor from the computer, and I wanted to kind of swipe it away with my mouse. But you know, little things like that might be a little bit distracting. I could glaze over top of them to darken them a tad. Maybe should I just try to do that just for my own sake? Let's just take a little bit of darker glazing fluid. Just push that back just a bit here. Might not make much of a difference, but sometimes just 5% darker is okay. I probably should just walk away. Okay. Yeah, if this feels good. You know, the colors are, in some ways, my colors are a little bit Easter colored. There's almost too many. But that's, again, something that, you know, if I had more time, I might mute things down a little bit and make less kind of like a riot in a paint shop kind of thing. Maybe I also did a few too many stars. I was thinking about using the toothbrush and creating little speckles, but now that I see that, I think I'm okay. I mean, there is what's kind of nice about if we do some speckles, I would like to get some on her clothing just to show that transparency, that she's sort of transforming into the clouds as she ascends to heaven there. Let's do a little zoom in and just see how these compare side by side. How about let's just start off in the bottom left corner here. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even really sure what those colors actually are in the original, just because it's such a low resolution image and all that pixelation and digital fragmentation. It's hard to know exactly what it is. So, you know, did I go overboard or did I not go overboard enough? I don't know what does it mean to not go overboard enough? What is the word for that? Yeah, I mean, maybe I could have had a little bit more cool blue in some of those areas. But you know, what Kenny Rogers once said, you gotta know when to hold 'em. You gotta know when to hold 'em. Well, let's just continue up the sides here. Top right-hand corner. So maybe there could have been a little more cool yellow in there, I suppose. Yeah, I think it's okay. And then we'll just come back to end on our central figure here. I mean, also, this painting that I'm working on is, what, the original is like, what, 32 by 60, or roughly? That was my estimation. But, you know, here I'm on a 9 by 12, so, you know, 5 times smaller. So getting the kind of the bony quality of those hands and the emaciated quality of her face, the ribs on the little boy, and, you know, all of that, that's just, you know, I just don't have the space for that. So unfortunately, it is what it is, but it's not too bad to be what it is. Okay, one last time. Okay, folks, well, thanks so much once again for painting along with me and for joining me for another one of these episodes. We'll see you guys next Tuesday. I can't remember which piece we're doing. Is it Les Nabis or Picasso? Anyway, there'll be a great painting that we're going to look, or maybe is it George O'Keeffe? I can't remember. I have to look at the schedule. We'll see you again next week, everybody. Have a wonderful evening, and just know that you're loved and needed, and I really do appreciate all of the support that I've received over the years, and thanks for listening while I talked a little bit about my cultural history today. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you again very soon. Good night.